resolution and vote yes. Let's do everything we can to keep NUMMI in the state of California.
Mr. President, members, I encourage all of us to savor the irony of SCR 53. This measure declares that California has a vested interest in protecting its workers and that closing the plant would cause destructive reverberations in California's economy. The resolution calls on each of us to take swift and decisive action to protect its workers and do everything in our power to keep this manufacturing plant in California. Members, the irony here is that 10 days ago, this legislature voted swiftly and decisively to shut down a different California industry by passing SB 670, which would ban suction dredge mining in my rural district. Are the employees of Pioneer Mining Supply Store in Auburn any less important to this legislature than the employees of NUMMI? Will the destructive reverberations that hit rural towns like Happy Camp in Siskiyou County be any less severe than those in Fremont? Yes, we want to save the NUMMI plant, but last week this legislature voted to destroy hundreds of mining and sales jobs in my district because they're not the kind of jobs some people approve of. We won't ever fix our budget problems if we keep putting businesses out of work in this state. I ask that while you vote on this resolution tonight, ask yourselves if you are thinking about all workers in this state, or is it just that you're thinking of the workers in your own districts?
Senator Wyland.
Mr. President, I also rise in support of this resolution. NUMMI is something we're hearing about right now, but I think I mentioned the other day an even bigger symbol, which is Intel, which is investing billions and billions of dollars in neighboring states. And as we move past this immediate issue, crisis, and we will resolve it, I think it's important for us as a body to look at the economic future and find out what we can do to retain these industries, because that's going to help make our pie bigger and will make this crisis less intense as we fight over a smaller pie. So I hope after we resolve this that we as a body will resolve to use some mechanism like a holiday from the Bill factory to help do the things talked about in this resolution and for business throughout this state. It's the only way we're going to make this pie bigger and make these problems smaller in the future. Urge the support of the resolution.
Senator Corbett, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for your pledge of support, members. Appreciate your comments that you will be supporting this measure. This is a very serious matter. It's not something to joke about. I think it's even more urgent in that the comments of the president of Toyota North America has stated he will be looking closely at what this legislature does when the decision is made whether to keep this plant open or not. So I thank you all for the support that you've expressed, and I think it is a very, very important symbol for us to vote unanimously on this measure. I hope you can, and that you will add on or be part of this effort to allow us to add you as co-authors. So if we do have a unanimous role, I would like to ask that we substitute that role for co-authors if that indeed happens. So I ask for your aye vote. I thank you. This will affect people throughout all of your districts. Please vote aye.
You want to make sure say if there's no objection, we'll add all members vote.
Members, if there's no objection, we're going to ask all members as co-authors who vote aye on our roll call. Is there any objection to that? Okay, one objection. So let's Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Onnested.
For the vote on this bill.
Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Aye. Benoit. Aye. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Aye. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Aye. Cox. Aye. Denham. Dusanier. Aye. Ducheney. Aye. Dutton. Aye. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Aye. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. Aye. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Aye. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Romero. Aye. Runner. Aye. Semidian. Aye. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. Aye. Walters. Aye. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Aye. Wyland. Aye. Yee. Yee, aye. Mr. President, ayes 38, noes.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The resolution is adopted. Senator Corbett.
Request immediate transmittal to the Assembly.
Without objection. Senator Steinberg, you're recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take up Assembly Bill 15, please.
Members, we're going to recess the regular session and reconvene in the fourth extraordinary session. Senator Steinberg is recognized on Assembly Bill 15. Will the Secretary please read the bill?
Assembly Bill 15 by Assembly Members Gaines and Caballero, an act relating to local government finance, making an appropriation therefore and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Steinberg.
Good evening. Thank you, members, Mr. President and members. This is the first of a series of bills dealing with the issue of local government. And I want to deliberately start here with AB 15 and AB 24. AB 15 is not the Prop 1A suspension, but it is in fact the Prop 1A payback after the suspension. File item 24, AB 24, is the general fund payback for HUDA, which is another item on our agenda. I take these measures up specifically because the hits to local government, which we are discussing tonight, are not pleasant for any of us. They're not pleasant for any of us. We would rather have alternatives. And yet taking up 15 and 24 first signifies our commitment as a Senate and as a legislature to make these two items loans, not takes. And we know that local government has the ability to, in fact, then borrow against the loan that we are seeking from them and essentially be made whole. Proposition 1A, in fact, requires us constitutionally to pay back the loan. And this measure, AB 15, specifically appropriates the payback. So these shouldn't be tough votes. The tough votes will be what follows when we ask members to take the step to help California avoid further IOUs, further financial distress, by doing what Prop A calls for in the first place. Allow the borrowing by the state of California twice every 10 years in a fiscal emergency. And members, if this isn't a fiscal emergency, if this isn't one of those circumstances that twice out of every 10 years merits this extraordinary action, then what is? I'd ask for an aye vote on AB 15, the repayment bill for 1A.
Senator Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I also rise in support of this measure. This is a measure that no matter how you feel, no matter how you feel about actually triggering 1A, this is the measure that guarantees that local government is paid back all of their borrowing costs and interest. It is a very important measure, of course, but I think the more important point to make here is that this is exercising a portion of our Constitution that was advocated for by and written by local government in order to be able to take advantage of that in times of fiscal emergency. So I'm also asking for an aye vote on this measure that would guarantee the repayment of Proposition 1A.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, let me begin by sort of reiterating something our pro tem has said, which is that all the actions that we're taking here tonight are certainly difficult, but necessary to protect the state from insolvency. I rise on this item, which is clearly interrelated with AB 14, because I share the concerns of local government officials throughout the state of California as it pertains to state borrowing from local governments as part of balancing the state's budget. When I was involved with the League of California Cities, I was involved with the process of qualifying, back in 2004, Proposition 64 for the ballot, which was the League's initial effort to put an end to this practice of raiding local government dollars. As many of you recall, I was also involved with negotiating Proposition 1A, those negotiations a result of the petition and signature gathering process, the measure qualifying, and therefore a dialogue between local government officials, the governor, and the legislature. In addition to protecting local government funding, Prop 1A created strict conditions for when, how, and how often the state can exercise this option of borrowing from local governments, with specific provisions for the repayment of the borrowed funds. Granted, when we drafted Proposition 1A, I don't think we envisioned at the time that there would be a budget proposal that would not only seek to borrow from local governments the funds under Prop 1A, but in addition to that, redirect redevelopment dollars and tap gas tax dollars as well. Nor did anyone envision at the time the budget deficit that we have and the scale of the economy that we're experiencing as a state and as a nation. When Prop 1A was approved, we put in place into our Constitution protections that state that the state of California may only borrow local government funding from Prop 1A in the event of a fiscal emergency. And I don't think anybody would disagree that what we're facing here in the state of California today is fiscal hardship. Again, the Constitution now requires that the state cannot borrow from local governments more than twice in a 10-year period, and when it does borrow, the second borrowing can't take place until the first has been repaid, and that the borrowing has to be repaid within 3 years with interest. These protections and constitutional guarantees did not exist prior to Proposition 1A. And that's what we're being asked to do today between AB 14 and AB 15. AB 14 will borrow from local government in a manner consistent with the terms and conditions agreed to by the legislature in 2004, agreed to by the governor in 2004, and agreed to by the voters in 2004. As much as I'd prefer not to have to borrow, I will support this measure, which guarantees a repayment, and pledge to do everything I can to ensure that the state meet this constitutional requirement to pay the money back within 3 years with interest as promised to the voters.
Members, any more debate or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none. Senator Steinberg, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder, this is the repayment bill for 1A. Urge an aye vote.
Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Aye. Benoit. No. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Cogdill. No. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Cox. Aye. Denham. No. DeCheney. Aye. Dutton. No. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. No. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. No. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Price. Aye. Romero. Aye. Runner. No. Semidian. Aye. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. Walters. Aye. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Aye. Wyland. No. Yee. Yee, aye. Desaulnier, aye. Strickland, aye. Onnested, no.
Ayes 28, noes 9. The measure passes. Senator Steinberg, will the Secretary please read AB 24?
Assembly Bill 24 by Assembly Members Bass and Blakesley, an act relating to transportation, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Steinberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As you know, the legislative leaders, together with the governor, negotiated a 2-year take of the so-called HUDA funds, the local streets and roads funds used by local government. That was a compromise from the governor's original proposal to take the HUDA permanently. Given the understandable concern that we have heard from many local government officials that the combination of the 1A and even a 2-year take on HUDA and redevelopment is too much, we proposed this bill in the early morning hours, AB 24, that turns the HUDA into a loan, not a 2-year take. The bill would fully repay locals for the 2-year HUDA shift over a 2-year period. It includes a continuous appropriation from the general fund to make these repayments. Members, excuse me.
And Senator Steinberg, we're going to adopt those amendments to this bill without objection. You may continue.
Very good. Members, this is again another effort to bring this chapter of California's fiscal crisis to a close. The HUDA borrowing now represents about $1 billion a year. Without Without this borrowing, we go $1 billion deeper into public education, corrections, health and human services, and the other vital services that the people of California expect us to, frankly, not cut any deeper. There has been some question, thank you, there has been some question about whether or not the loan can be perfected, whether there has to be a constitutional amendment that accompanies it. I commit this to you, members, on the floor. When this passes, when we get back in August, I will make sure that we put whatever we have to put together to perfect the loan if it is in fact if in fact the repayment is imperfect now. I don't know that it is, but if it is, we'll perfect it. I urge and I vote.
Senator Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also ask that we support this measure. This is a measure that we've discussed in our caucus, senators on the Republican side of the aisle, that would repay the HUDA take, and it would certainly soften the blow to local governments when we're talking about the impact of HUDA. It is one that I thank the pro tem for bringing forth as a real recognition of the difficulty surrounding this issue. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Members, any more debate or discussion on this item? Senator Steinberg, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I misspoke, apparently. Happens at 2:30 in the morning. The repayment under this bill is over 10 years, not over 2 years. Thank you. Ask for an aye vote.
Members, seeing no discussion, would the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? Aye. Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. DeCheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? No. Wright? Aye. Wyland? Aye. Yee? Yee, aye. Mr. President? Ayes 31, noes 5.
Ayes 31, noes 5. The measure's passed. Senator Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take up file item 30, or AB 30.
Will the Secretary please read AB 30?
Assembly Bill 30 by the Assembly Committee on Budget and Act relating to transportation.
Senator Steinberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is the original HUDA bill that coupled with the bill we just passed a moment ago, will allow the state again to gain the $1 billion a year that it and we need in order to get through this crisis. Coupled with the previous item, will require the repayment of the loan, as I said a moment ago, over 10 years. There are some hardship exemptions for small cities, for cities that are in the midst of bankruptcy, and for counties, small counties, to be able to apply for a hardship waiver to the director of the Department of Finance. Remember on this that for most cities and most counties, Prop 1B exists, the federal ARA funds. This is a 2-year loan now, members. I'd urge an aye vote on this important measure.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? No. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? DeSaulnier? No. Ducheney? Dutton? No. Flores?
Aye.
Aye. Hancock? Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Pavley? Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? No. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, no. Correa? No. Denham? No. Huff? No.
Please call the absent members.
Cedillo? Ducheney? Hancock? Aye. Maldonado? Padilla? Pavley?
Please call the absent members.
Cedillo? Ducheney? Maldonado? Padilla? Pavley?
Please call the absent members.
Cedillo? Ducheney? Maldonado? Padilla? Pavley?
Please call the absent members.
Pavley, no. Cedillo? Ducheney? Ducheney, aye. Maldonado? Padilla?
Please call the absent members.
Cedillo? Cedillo, no. Maldonado? Padilla? Padilla, aye. Maldonado, no.
Please call the absent members. Senator Steinberg moves a call. Let's leave the roll open. Okay. Will the Secretary open the roll? Please keep the roll open. Senator Steinberg.
Mr. President, thank you. Let's put this bill on call, please.
Senator Steinberg moves a call. And let's move on to...
You want to take it up now? We don't have it back yet. All right, since
AB 26, Senator Steinberg.
since that one was so easy, let's take up AB 26. Correct.
Will the Secretary please read Assembly Bill 26?
Assembly Bill 26 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to community redevelopment and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Lowenthal is recognized at his desk.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. You know, this is a difficult thing for me to do, to present AB 26. Why is it difficult? Because let's face what it does, it shifts $1.7 billion in redevelopment funds to school districts in order to help the State General Fund during the 2009-2010 year. You know, I'm the chair of Transportation and Housing, and I have deep concerns about this shift. But also as a member of the Budget Conference Committee, AB 26 is one of the few solutions that we have left at this time. You know, one of my colleagues described this bill as the big ugly, and they may be right. I say it's the big necessity. Without this bill, we will not have a budget. What this bill does is that agencies in 2009, 2010 must deposit $1.7 billion into a supplemental review augmentation fund in each county. By shifting the money to education, the State General Fund will benefit by the same $1.7 billion because we are backfilling education. Redevelopment agencies can use any of their monies that they want. They can use their housing money set aside. They can use their economic development, but we provide an incentive for them to use their housing. How do we provide that incentives, members? We say that if you use your housing money, we will suspend for 1 year the need to have to put money in it. So they're not under any state mandate now. So we suspend it. We tell them they have until 2015 to make up that housing money. So we suspend it. We also then tell them that that when they take this money and they provide this money, they will be provided the incentive of an additional year of redevelopment money. That's what. So statewide, last year, redevelopment agencies earned property tax increment of $5 billion. We are asking them to for 1 year, to give up $1.7 billion and to be backfilled, really, by getting an extra year, which is $5 billion. So they will not be hurt. It's an inconvenience because money has to be moved around. Some projects, especially in the housing, may have to be delayed for 1 year, but they will get additional resources back, which they can bond against. Members, this is a necessary item. It still keeps local redevelopment agencies whole. It provides a payback, but not from our general fund, by a simple 1 year addition. We have done this twice in the past. I urge an aye vote.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? No. Wright? Aye. Weiland? No. Yee? Yee, no. Correa, no. Harmon, no. Benoit, no. Price, aye.
Please call the absent members.
Cedillo, Corbett, Maldonado.
Senator Steinberg moves the call. Senator Hollingsworth recognized at his desk.
I'd like to take up file item 27.
Will the Secretary please read AB 27?
And Assembly Bill 27 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to redevelopment, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
And I believe we'd need to take this up in amended form. Is that correct? The amendments have already been adopted. All right.
Senator Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is a measure that would extend and authorize a redevelopment agency to extend its time limit of effectiveness on its redevelopment plan by 40 years in exchange for volunteering to annually transfer 10% of the tax increment revenues after meeting its low and moderate income housing requirements to the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, or ERAF, would also establish a public trust to securitize those annual RDA payments and establish trigger provisions that would render it inoperable if certain conditions were not met. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a measure that we have talked about for quite some time since we've been in this fiscal emergency. This is, again, one of those things that many people might not support in normal times because of concerns about redevelopment agencies being extended. But we will tell you that this is an opportunity for this body to avoid doing what I think every one of us here is hoping to see. So if we pass this measure, we are showing and we are setting a system where we can avoid the take of the HUDA tax dollars from local government that's currently on call. We can avoid the take of the 1A money that we're going to be debating soon, and we can avoid the redevelopment. That's the amendment. It's only 3:17 in the morning. We can avoid the redevelopment $1.7 billion that was just taken up. So, members, I'd ask for your aye vote on this measure.
Senator Hollingsworth, we have a fresh set of amendments as well to this item, so we're just going to hold for a moment till we get those, and then we'll take a vote on the measure. Senator Steinberg.
Mr. President, we're going to put this bill over. There's still some work
we're waiting
that
for
needs to be
amendments.
done on the latest amendment. So let's do this. We have a plan here.
Senator Steinberg.
Let's take up AB 14. Following AB 14, let us take up the education bills, ABs
2 and 3.
2 and 3. 15, 2, and 3.
AB 14, will the Secretary please read?
14, excuse me.
Assembly Bill 14 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to local government finance and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Steinberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Padilla eloquently recounted the history that leads to this bill here today. Members, for all of the noise going out in our communities and real concern, some of the flyers going around comparing the legislature to Enron and all the other business, let's not forget what Senator Padilla reminded us, that the League of California Cities and CSAC put together an initiative in 2004 that sought to protect local government, and in fact does protect local government. It passed with, I believe, close to 85% higher, 85, almost 90% of the vote. One of the provisions that the proponents, the League and CSAC, and all of its affiliated cities and counties put into the measure was to say twice out of every 10 years, the city and county, the state of California can borrow in an extreme emergency. If $62 billion plus of cumulative deficit since January is not emergency, I don't know how to define it. And so, members, I know that this is a difficult vote because you go back to your cities and your counties and you will be asked a lot of questions. But Senator Padilla and I and others, I think, have provided you with the answer. Your own initiative, mayors and city council members, called for just this in this kind of extreme circumstance. It's one thing to take a lot of heat for a difficult vote when you don't really have a response. It's quite another thing to take a little bit of heat for a difficult vote when you know in your heart and your head that it's necessary and that it's justified. I don't know how to find another $1.9 billion, members. Been at this for 8 months. I mean, we'd raise a tax. You don't want to? Okay. That hasn't been the subject of this debate. We'd like to do independent contractor withholding, but you and the governor don't like that. Okay, that's not part of this package. We negotiated in good faith. I don't have much left here. If you think the deal is a bad deal and you believe that your responsibility to solve this problem is as great as your concern over what some of your local elected officials are going to say, temporarily, by the way, because you cast this vote, then please come forward with the way you would make up $1.9 billion that would gather the political support and the 2/3 vote necessary to avert further catastrophe for this state that we all love. Please vote yes.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, would the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? No. Correa? Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Ducheney? Dutton? Oh, Ducheney, aye. Dutton, no. Flores?
Aye.
Aye. Hancock? No. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Semidian? Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, no. Correa, no. Ayes 21.
Please, Senator Steinberg moves the call.
Let us now move to file item AB2.
Will the Secretary please read Assembly Bill 2 relating to education?
Assembly Bill 2 by Assemblymember Evans, an act relating to education, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator DeCheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. This is the Omnibus Education Trailer Bill that makes the statutory changes necessary mostly to give our school districts the flexibility they need to survive with the cuts in the earlier legislation. It revises the deficit factors. It does give additional flexibility, extending suspension of the purchase requirement for adopting instructional materials, allowing districts to reduce the number of instructional days, giving them the additional access to restricted ending balances. It does suspend the requirement for eligible students with disabilities to pass the CASE until the State Board acts on the recommendation for an alternative assessment that has been promised now for a couple of years. Retains child care reimbursement rates at the 85th percentile of the 2005 regional market rates, basically leaves them flat. Eliminates the extended day care child program, day child care program as being duplicate of the Prop 49 after school program, which we are required to fund due to the initiative. Increases student fees at community colleges. These are the omnibus education issues that were in fact part of the June budget as well. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the portion of the Prop 98 reversion that also includes the maintenance factor, correct? This is
the original omnibus trailer bill that provides the flexibilities necessary to allow school districts to absorb the cuts.
2.
This is 2, not 3. The other one's in 3.
Okay. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Hollingsworth. Senator DeCheney, seeing no other discussion,
take the close.
Ask for an aye vote. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Correa? Cox? Aye. Denham? Gisanier? Aye. DeCheney? Aye. Dutton? Aye. Flores?
Aye.
Aye. Hancock? Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Runner? Aye. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? Yee? Yee, no. Correa, no. Maldonado, no. Strickland, no. Denham, no. Wyland, no.
Ayes 29, noes 6. The measure is passed. Next item, Senator DeCheney.
SB3, AB3.
AB3, will the Secretary please read?
Assembly Bill 3 by Assemblymember Evans, an act relating to education finance, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, members, this bill does make findings and declarations regarding the extraordinary nature of this fiscal circumstances in
And
089.
Senator Cheney, without objection, amendments.
Adopt the amendments.
Adopt the amendments without objection. Senator Cheney on the bill.
Thank you very much. This does acknowledge the extraordinary fiscal circumstances of 8-9 and 9-10 that require identifying the minimum guarantee, which is obviously much lower, members, than it would be in other circumstances. This does revert $1.6 billion in unallocated Proposition 98 categorical funds for 8-9 to the general fund, reallocates this reduction on a one-time basis in order to keep the guarantee where it needs to be in order to avoid problems with the federal ARA money helping to backfill the schools for much of this two-year cut and still allow us not to suspend Proposition 98. It certifies the amount of the minimum guarantees and the balances for 05-06 through 08-9 and codifies the maintenance factor at $11.2 billion, providing this will be restored to the 98 base as otherwise provided in the Constitution. It does not, members, permanently change or make a legal finding on the maintenance factor for other years in other circumstances, but does in fact identify that there is a maintenance factor for 08-9 and 9-10. And it identifies the portions of the Act that are severable in face of any possible judicial action. Members, this is the bill that allows the schools to be repaid when our economy improves, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years. Ask for your aye vote.
Senator Hollingsworth, you're recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question of the author. Is this the point in time where my line in the play is, do I ask if this is where the maintenance factor is?
Yes.
In that case, I would ask for a no vote on this one in favor of the majority vote bills that are splitting these two items and coming later.
Senator Cheney.
This is a majority vote bill, members, and it does establish the maintenance factor, so schools may be repaid in the future. Ask for your aye vote. Sorry. Oh.
Senator Cheney.
Oops. Okay, it's an urgency bill, sorry. But it is the maintenance factor bill.
Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? No. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? No. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? No. Denham? No. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Dutton? Ducheney, aye. Dutton? No. Flores?
Aye.
Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? No. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Semidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Aye. Ayes 24, noes 13.
Call the absent members.
Ashburn? Cedillo? Maldonado? Maldonado, aye. Cedillo, no.
Call the absent members.
Ashburn?
Senator Steinberg moves the call. Senator Steinberg recognizes his desk.
Before we begin, sorry. AB 30, the Huda diversion bill, tied 2020. Could you please... what? Wait.
Senator Steinberg.
Let's again post AB 30. Lift the.
Will the Secretary please
open the roll, lift
the call on AB 30?
There's no. You got to go from no to I, Ellen.
The roll is open.
Corbett, no to aye.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The measure is passed.
Thank you.
Senator Ducheney, you're recognized at your desk.
If we might take up SB 13 and 16 for concurrence.
Will the Secretary please read the Senate Bill 13?
Senate Bill 13 by Senator Ducheney, an act relating to courts and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Ducheney on concurrence.
Members, this is identical to the AB 13 that we took up earlier tonight and did pass out of this House. However, by passing this, which is the concurrence version of the bill related to reductions and flexibilities necessary in the judiciary, and also, again, this is the one that creates caps on the corrections reimbursements to hospital and other healthcare providers, and increases accountability by improving reporting requirements for money in the youthful offender block grants. We did vote this out earlier this evening in the assembly form. If we do this, it'll be over, and it'll be one bill that's actually done, gone. Ask for your concurrence in the assembly amendments.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? No. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Cox? Aye. Denham? No. Dusanier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? Flores? Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? No. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Negrete McLeod? Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? No. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Correa, no. Maldonado, aye. Dutton, no.
Ayes 29, noes 8. The measure is passed. Senator Ducheney, on your next item.
SB 16.
Will the Secretary please read SB 60?
Senate Bill 16 by Senator Ducheney, an act relating to state finances and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Ducheney.
Again, members, this is identical to the AB 16 taken up earlier this evening. This is the concurrence version. It is a cash deferrals trailer bill, addresses cash management issues necessary for the controller to make sure all of our bills are paid. Ask for your aye vote on concurrence and Senate Assembly amendments.
Members, any debate or discussion on concurrence? Seeing hearing none, will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? Aye. Correa? Aye. Cox? Aye. Denham? DeSaulnier? Aye. Ducheney? Aye. Dutton? No. Flores?
Aye.
Aye. Hancock? Aye. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? No. Kehoe? Aye. Leno? Aye. Liu? Aye. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? Aye. Pavley? Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? No. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? No. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Denham, no. Mr. President, ayes 33, no 6.
Ayes 33, noes 6. The measure passes.
Hey, Dennis?
Yeah.
You're up on. What? Yeah. Okay, me.
Okay. Will the Secretary please read Senate Bill 19?
Assembly Bill 19 by Assemblymember Evans, an act relating to in-home supportive services.
Senator Waters, recognized at your desk. Well.
You ready? Oh. Mr. President and Senators, AB 19 would increase program integrity within the IHSS program and will significantly reduce the level of fraudulent activity. Specifically, it requires new providers complete an orientation at the time of enrollment. This bill requires providers' timesheets to include the fingerprint image of both the provider and the recipient, include a statement of civil penalties risk for fraudulent activities, and requires a statement of verification upon penalty of perjury that all is true and accurate. AB 19 requires criminal background checks for all new and current providers. It requires the state to develop and implement standardized fraud training for all county social workers by July 1st, 2010. This bill authorizes and requires counties to conduct unannounced home visit and requires the counties to fingerprint recipients. Senators, these reforms are long overdue and are necessary to cut down on the fraud that is prevalent in the IHSS program. I urge an aye vote.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? Aye. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Aye. Cedillo? No. Cogdill? Aye. Corbett? I. Correa. I. Cox. I. Denham. I. DeSaulnier. No. Ducheney. No. Dutton. I. Flores. I. Hancock. No. Harmon. I. Hollingsworth. I. Huff. I. Kehoe. I. Leno. Leno. Lou. No. Lowenthal. Maldonado. I. Negrete McLeod. No. Oropesa. I. Padilla. Pavley. Price. Romero. Runner. I. Smidian. Steinberg. I. Strickland. I. Walters. I. Wiggins. I. Wolk. I. Wright. No. Wyland. I. Yee. Yee, no. Leno, no. Smidian, I. Romero, no. Lowenthal, no. Corbett, I to no.
Price, no.
Price, no. Pavley, no. Padilla. Padilla, I.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The measure is passed. Senator Ducheney.
Request permission, Mr. President, to lift the call on AB 26. The Lowenthal RDO bill. I'm lifting the call and stripping the urgency.
Senator Ducheney is going to make a motion to adopt resolution pursuant to Senate General 23.5 to take the urgency clause out.
Okay. Senator Ducheney.
Lift the call.
Oh, we're lifting the call. Will the Secretary please lift the call on AB 26?
Cedillo. Cedillo, no. Corbett. Maldonado.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that we close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 15. On the urgency clause.
It fails, right?
Senator Ducheney.
I would now move adoption of an amendment pursuant to Joint Rule 23.5 to remove the urgency clause.
Without objection? These are on the amendment, Senator Ducheney.
The amendment members would remove the urgency clause. Ask for your aye vote.
Okay. Will the Secretary please call the roll? Without objection. I'm sorry. Excuse me,
Without
Senator Ducheney.
objection.
Without
Unanimous
objection.
consent. Yeah, do you have to do anything? He's got to go mock it up. He's got to mock it up, Sarah, without.
Will the Secretary please lift the call on SB 3? AB 3, excuse me.
Ashburn.
Please call the absent members.
Denham, no to aye.
Please call the absent members.
Ashburn.
Please call the absent members.
Ashburn. Ashburn, aye.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The measure passes. Senator Steinberg, recognized that Senator Hollingsworth there.
Senator Hollingsworth would like to take up file item 27, please.
Will the...
They're not ready.
Yeah, but yeah.
Senator Cheney.
Thank you very much. Mr. President and members, we already adopted the amendment. Members, this is the RDA bill that Senator Lowenthal took up
Will the
earlier.
Secretary please read AB 26?
Assembly Bill 26 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to community redevelopment.
Senator Cheney.
Again, members, this is the bill that Senator Lowenthal took up earlier. It does shift $1.7 billion in 9-10 and $350 million in 10-11 from redevelopment districts to the schools located within those redevelopment areas, providing general fund relief and support for our schools. To compensate for this shift, the RDAs are extended by an additional year if they do it. They may borrow from their low and moderate income housing funds, but that amount must be repaid within 5 years. This is the bill Senator Lowenthal presented earlier. It now has no urgency clause, members. That is the only amendment. Ask for your vote.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? This is a simple majority vote. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested. Aye. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Aye. Benoit. No. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Cogdill. No. Corbett. No. Correa. Cox. No. Denham. No. Dusanier. Aye. Ducheney. Aye. Dutton. No. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. No. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. No. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. No. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Price. Aye. Romero. Aye. Runner. No. Smidian. Aye. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. No. Walters. No. Wiggins. Aye. Wolk. No. Wright. Aye. Wyland. No. Yee. Yee, no. Correa, no. Ducheney. Aye to no. Pavley.
Ayes 21, noes 17. The measure passes. Members, we're going to move on to AB 27. We're going to adopt the amendments without objection. Senator Hollingsworth, would you like to present AB 27? Will the Secretary please read?
Assembly Bill 27 by the Assembly Committee on Budget, an act relating to redevelopment, making an appropriation therefore, and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Senator Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the intervening time, I was able to come up with a 20-minute speech as to why this is important for us to pass this measure. I'd like to begin by talking about my childhood. This is the RDA securitization proposal that will prevent the taking of HUDA, the $1.7 billion from the low-income housing portion of the RDAs, and also the triggering of Prop 1A take from local government. I ask for an aye vote.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Seeing hearing none, would the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested. Aye. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Aye. Benoit. Aye. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo. Cogdill. No. Corbett. No. Correa. Cox. No. Denham. No. DeSaulnier. No. Ducheney. No. Dutton. Aye. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. No. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. Aye. Kehoe. Leno. Liu. Lowenthal. Maldonado. No. Negrete McLeod. No. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Pavley. No. Price. Romero. Aye. Runner. Smidian. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. Aye. Walters. No. Wiggins. No. Wolk. No. Wright. Aye. Wyland. Yee. Yee, aye. Correa, no. Price. Price, aye.
Please call the absent members.
Cedillo, no. Kehoe. Leno. Liu. Lowenthal. Padilla. Runner. Smidian. No. Wyland.
Move a call.
Senator Hollingsworth moves a call.
Republican caucus, please.
Senator Hollingsworth is called a Republican caucus. AB 27.
Kehoe, Leno, Lou, Lowenthal, Padilla, Runner, Runner I, Wyland, Wyland I, Cox, no to I, Harmon, no to I, Alquist, I.
Please call the absent members.
Kehoe, Kehoe, no. Leno, Lou, Lowenthal, Lowenthal, no. Padilla, Padilla, no.
Ayes 27, noes 17. Why is that? Huh? Senator Hollingworth moves the call. Senator DeCheney.
SB4? AB4. Sorry.
Senator Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to lift the call, please, on AB 14, the Proposition 1A issue.
Okay. Will the Secretary please lift the call on AB 14?
Cedillo, DeSaulnier, Maldonado, Smidian. Strickland, no to I. Cox, no to I. Huff, no to I. Harmon, no to I. Cedillo, no.
Please call the absent members.
DeSaulnier, Maldonado, Smidian. Maldonado, no.
Replace.
Senator Steinberg replaces the call. Senator Padilla is recognized at his desk.
Mr. President, request to take up under regular session file item 21, AB 1555.
Okay. The Senate will recess the fourth extraordinary session and reconvene in regular session. Senator Padilla, you're recognized.
21.
Will the Secretary please read the bill?
Assembly Bill 1555 by Assemblymember Manuel Perez, an act relating to telecommunications and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
So, thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, Senator Benoit backs me in this. Last year, I authored legislation which created the California Advanced Services Fund or through the PUC, working with the PUC, to help fund broadband deployment projects in unserved and underserved areas. This last year, or a couple months ago, through the Recovery Act at the federal level, the economic stimulus package, as we're all familiar with, there's $4.7 billion available for similar type projects, and it requires a 20% match from applications coming, not just from California, but anywhere else. But the Advanced Services Fund that we created last year is a perfect candidate for those matching types funds. This bill, AB 1555, modifies the intent language of the Advanced Services Fund to align it with the federal act. There's an urgency clause because the window of applications begins very, very soon before we come back from what may be left of a summer break. So that explains the urgency provisions of this bill. Would ask for your aye vote. It's gotten overwhelming bipartisan support from the Assembly. Senator Benoit will make reference to a letter to the file which also clarifies the intent language in the bill.
Senator Benoit. Senator Benoit.
Members, this bill is a regular session bill that it makes sense. It does allow for applications from nonprofits as well as phone companies and others who can provide internet service to rural areas in California. With a 20% match, they can pull down 80% of the cost from the ARA funds. That's the good side of it. The problem this bill has run into is that it was amended between the time it was voted in committee and coming to the floor. And those amendments, in theory, could open it up to a lot of other areas that maybe wouldn't be precisely appropriate for this kind of funding. The letter that will be placed in the file, and I have a copy from the author, clarifies it's their intention to make sure that the funding applications come from only companies or entities that are in the field working for internet access. And in fact, the qualifications for the California Advanced Service Fund, which these applications have to go through, are pretty rigid and would require that any organization that is applying is in the business of providing internet access. So we believe that after analysis, although we've identified this technical flaw in the amendments that were made, that the procedures that follow, that have to be followed, will make sure that these are appropriate entities that apply for these funds. And with that caveat, I am going to be supporting it again as I did in committee, and would urge an aye vote.
Members, any more debate or discussion? Seeing hearing none, Senator Padilla, you may close.
Ask for aye vote.
Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested. Aye. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Benoit. Aye. Calderon. Cedillo. Aye. Cogdill. Aye. Corbett. Aye. Correa. Aye. Cox. Aye. Denham. No. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ducheney. Aye. Dutton. Aye. Flores. Aye. Hancock. Aye. Harmon. Aye. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. Aye. Kehoe. Aye. Leno. Aye. Liu. Aye. Lowenthal. Aye. Maldonado. Aye. Negrete McLeod. Aye. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Aye. Pavley. Aye. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? Aye. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Aye. Walters? No. Wiggins? Aye. Wolk? Aye. Wright? Aye. Wyland? No. Yee? Yee, aye. Calderon, aye.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The measure is passed. Senator Padilla.
Mr. President, request immediate transmittal.
Okay, immediate transmittal to the Assembly. Members, we're going to recess the regular session and reconvene in the 4th extraordinary session. Hollingsworth there? Okay. Senator Hollingsworth, would you like to take up Assembly Bill 8? $23. Okay. Will the Secretary please read Assembly Bill 8?
Assembly Bill 8 by Assemblymember Evans, an act relating to human services.
Senator Ashburn.
Versus trailer bill.
Members, any objection to adopting amendments to this bill? Seeing hearing none,
AB8.
Senator Ashburn, you may present AB 8.
Yeah. Human Services Budget Trailer Bill related to CalWorks and SSI and SSP. It makes changes to require the self-sufficient reviews as of July 1st, 2011, CalWorks sanctions procedures, revises time limits for CalWorks recipients. It deals with the COLAs commencing in 2010 and 11 in CalWorks and SSI and SSP COLA. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cedillo, you're recognized at your desk.
Good morning, members. I recognize that the hour is late or early, depending on what part of the day you look at. No one is in mood for speechifying, but I have to implore you, I have to ask you, I have to beg you not to vote for this. And I do so not as a Democrat, and I do not talk to you as Democrats and Republicans, but as Americans. This bill will set up a two-tiered system for citizens. This is not something that we want to do. This is not something that is needed. This is not something that will help us in our crisis. I noted that today or yesterday in the Los Angeles Times, the legislature apologized for past discrimination against Chinese. I hold that up. And I think about when the activities were taken for historic discrimination, and I say to you that at this time in the morning, this is not a decision that you want to make. I am not sure that this is constitutional, but I am sure that it is wrong for us to set up two separate classes of people, both U.S. citizens, but who are treated differently. And so I ask you, and I'm sure that you have no intention to violate our Constitution, have no intention to embarrass our state, have no intention to engage in any activity for which other future legislators would apologize. I know that I read somewhere that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, and no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. To the extent that a scheme is established in here that treats some citizens differently than others, we should find that abhorrent, regardless of the impact. The mere act of doing that should be abhorrent to all of us as Americans, and I ask for a no vote.
Members, any more debate or discussion on this? Seeing, hearing none, will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested. Aye. Alquist. Aye. Ashburn. Aye. Benoit. Aye. Calderon. Aye. Cedillo.
No.
No. Cogdill. Aye. Corbett. Correa. No. Cox. Aye. Denham. Tisanier. Ducheney. No. Dutton. Aye. Flores. No. Hancock. No. Harmon. Aye. Hollingsworth. Aye. Huff. Aye. Kehoe. Leno. Liu. No. Lowenthal. Maldonado. Negrete McLeod. No. Oropesa. Padilla. Pavley. Price. Romero. No. Runner. Aye. Smidian. Steinberg. Aye. Strickland. Aye. Walters. Wiggins. Wiggins, aye. Wolk. Aye. Wright. Wyland. Aye. Yee. No.
Secretary, please call the absent members.
Corbett. Denham. Tisanier. Kehoe. Leno. Lowenthal. Maldonado. Oropesa. Aye. Padilla. Pavley. Price. Smidian. Walters. Aye. Wright. Denham. Aye.
Please call the absent members.
Corbett. Tisanier. Kehoe. No. Leno. Lowenthal. Maldonado. Padilla. No. Pavley. Price. Aye. Smidian. No. Wright. No. Leno, no. Pavley, no. Lowenthal, no. Corbett, no. DeSaulnier, no.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The measure passes. Senator Strickland, you're recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a work.
What bill is it, Senator?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is
Senate Bill 63?
SB 63.
Will the Secretary please read SB 63 on concurrence?
Oh, we have to, first of all, recess the fourth extraordinary session, reconvene the regular session.
And we're taking it up there. Okay. Members, we're going to recess the fourth extraordinary session and reconvene the regular session to take up SB 63 without reference to file. For concurrence, Senator,
this isn't it.
Secretary, please read, and Senator Strickland, you can take the bill up after he reads it.
Senate Bill 63 by Senator Strickland, an act relating to waste management and making an appropriation therefor.
Senator Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill is a part of an overall idea that I've had for about 9 years. I've always thought it was wrong for the state to pay, people over $100,000 a year to show up to the job once or twice a month, especially when we talk about the budget cuts that we've painstakingly went through over the last few hours. And this measure would actually eliminate the Waste Management Board, and it would move a lot of its functions over into the Department of Resources and Recycling and Recovery. This is an idea that actually my colleague, Senator Jeff Denham's been championing, and it's an idea that the legislative analyst has recommended, the Little Hoover Commission, the California Performance Review. I don't think it goes far enough, but this is part of the deal. Members, tomorrow, after we get this budget done, tomorrow starts the next budget. I would like to just throw out as an idea, this is one of the $100,000 a year jobs where people show up once or twice a month. Think about all the hardworking California families that are paying their hard taxes, or those needy Californians that are getting cut in these many services. In the next budget debate, I would encourage you to look at some of the other boards that make over $100,000 a year and they show up to the job once or twice a month. And I think that should be the first thing on the chopping block, not the last thing on the chopping block. I urge your aye vote.
Okay. Senator Pavley, recognized at your desk.
Was that me? Sorry. Must be late or early. I just wanted to share with members three things you might want to think about. This is not just eliminating the waste board. If it's about salaries, reduce their salaries. We're shifting it to the resources agency. I'm not sure why. This seems to be vindictive in nature. How much general fund money does this save? Zero, because it's all fee supported. It seems to be just geared at a few people that are on one particular board but certainly not the Republican colleagues in other boards and commissions. Again, how much money does it save in the general fund? Zero. So what does the Waste Board do, and why is it important? The board serves as the appeals board for all administrative decisions of the staff. Should a bureaucrat in the resources agency that's never looked at these issues make all the decisions on where hundreds of millions of dollars of grants and loans go? How about permitting and expansions of every landfill in California? Doesn't that deserve a public hearing in full view with transparency and accountability? I wanted to get back to the main point. If this is about saving money, I've talked to some members of the Waste Board, lowered their salaries, lower other people's salaries. Eliminating this board, which is providing that public accountability and transparency, is critically important. They have important things to do. Other boards and commissions, I support the efforts of reducing salaries whenever their workload doesn't call for a full-time compensation. But this is, I think, a political agenda formed at one board. I ask for your no vote.
Senator Smidian, you're recognized at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Mr. President and members, it's my understanding that this bill is part of a larger package that is designed to address the budget concerns, and I expect that the bill may well move off the floor with the 21-vote minimum. That being said, I want to say if that is the case, I hope that we will be back here sooner rather than later to address some rather obvious and fundamental flaws with the bill as it now stands. Whatever our views may be about the Integrated Waste Management Board as a board and as a particular operating structure, there are at least two substantial flaws with the bill as it now stands that will need to be addressed if there's going to be a successful change. The first of those flaws goes to the issue of due process and transparency. Absent the board, with no substitute, there is little, if any, opportunity for people to have due process, to have decisions reviewed, to have them considered in the light of day. And that is a concern that has been expressed not only by individuals here in California, not only by folks in the environmental community, but by the small businesses up and down the state who rely on this body to render impartial judgments. That due process concern and that transparency concern should be addressed sooner rather than later if this bill moves off the floor tonight. Beyond that, I want to go to the point that Senator Pavley raised earlier, which is one of function and cost. We're talking about a board that people want to eliminate, but frankly, that's got little, if anything, to do with the fact that the suggestion has also been made to take these functions and move them from the Environmental Protection Agency, where they now reside, over to the Resources Agency. That exercise not only removes the integrated waste management function from the other parts of government with whom it most closely works and should be aligned in order to provide efficient governance, but it also means that we're going to pick a group of folks up and move them over to another agency altogether at substantial cost. So if we're starting with a concern about the board, let that be the measure that is addressed in this particular proposal. But let's not overlook the need to address both due process and transparency, as well as function and cost. I would hope that if the bill does move off the floor tonight, Mr. President, members, we are back here in very short order to address those two particular concerns.
Members, any debate or discussion? Senator Strickland, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of the comments are well taken. Obviously, you couldn't get everything into this bill on this item, but I will point out. Let's look at the membership of the Waste Management Board. It's not like there's a lot of expertise in garbage on the people who serve on this board. Not like that they have a lot of expertise on the issue matters. Members, if you look at the board, a lot of them are former members of the legislature who are termed out, who can have a nice soft landing, and they make $132,178 annually. Members, when we're talking about cuts to the blind, the disabled, when we're talking about cuts to education, I think, again, this should be one of the first things on the chopping block, not the last things on the chopping block. I urge your aye vote on this important measure.
Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Onnested? Aye. Alquist? Aye. Ashburn? No. Benoit? Aye. Calderon? Cedillo? No. Cogdill? Corbett? No. Correa? Cox? Aye. Denham? Aye. Desaunier? Ducheney? No. Dutton? Flores? Aye. Hancock? No. Harmon? Aye. Hollingsworth? Aye. Huff? Aye. Kehoe? Leno? Liu? No. Lowenthal? Aye. Maldonado? Aye. Negrete McLeod? Aye. Oropesa? Aye. Padilla? No. Pavley? No. Price? Aye. Romero? Aye. Runner? Aye. Smidian? No. Steinberg? Aye. Strickland? Aye. Walters? Aye. Wiggins? Wolk? Aye. Wright? Wyland? Aye. Yee? Yee, no. Leno, no. Correa, aye. Calderon, aye. Lowenthal, no. Lowenthal, aye to no. Kehoe, no. Wright, no. Oropesa, I have you, aye. As aye. Desaunier, no. Desaunier, aye to no.
Ayes 21, noes 15. The measure passes. Senator Hollingsworth. Will the Secretary please read Assembly Bill 23? Members, we're going to recess the regular session and reconvene in the fourth extraordinary session. Will the Secretary please read AB 23?
Assembly Bill 23 by Assemblymember DeVore, an act relating to oil and gas leases.
Senator Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is a measure that will bring in $100 million during the next fiscal year to the state and up to $4 billion over the next 14 years, as well as localities of Santa Barbara County and other local public agencies receiving hundreds of millions of dollars in additional revenue by utilizing the state's oil resources that are currently not being utilized through existing facilities. We've heard about the need to create jobs in California, and this measure helps to create and preserve over 450 jobs in our state. It provides for the permanent protection of coastal wetlands, other coastal lands, and the earlier decommissioning of 4 platforms than would otherwise occur without this. All the terms of the lease and any side agreements are fully enforceable. They're made public 30 days before they're approved. It contains provisions that require that the leasee provide financial assurances to the state that the platforms would be decommissioned. It also provides that all onshore oil processing facilities are required to be removed at the expiration of the lease. There is a great opportunity here to preserve well-paying jobs, bring in substantial revenue to state and local governments, and be environmentally responsible by using our domestic resources under all the protections that are strongly provided by state and federal law. I ask for an aye vote.
Members, any debate or discussion on this item? Senator Pavley.
Yes, as chairing the Natural Resources Committee, I feel compelled to speak on this issue for several reasons. And the point that I'm going to make is the one I think is most important, is process. The process is this went through a review. It was voted down by the State Lands Commission at a well-attended hearing. And one of the reasons it was voted down is the inability to enforce the mitigations as agreed to by the applicant. I personally had my staff call the Attorney General's office, who said that they didn't think they were legally enforceable. That's when all the environmental groups sort of coalesced out around opposing this measure because it was an end run and a precedent-setting motion of going to the legislature, going around the public hearing process, overturning a decision that was made in full daylight, not at 5:30 in the morning. And it has terrible implications, not just